We're not sticking things to our
Well,
wall.
oh, and that's what happened to the driveway corner over there.
Three, what they Darcy.
One in that window and then probably one in that, in that corner.
We can set it on that table.
Don't need it there, so we do.
So if you guys can start it.
I'm sorry,
You guys start.
I don't know how to-
What are we facing this way or that?
Those microphones are timers.
Cameras.
So then this one over here.
Yes, please.
They call the actual stuff. Two letters. So, I agree with that. Flags, when it's bigger flags, and they do X and X and all that, it's like 10 points. So it's a bunch of stuff, like, now, let me back up. It doesn't have So. They say that's right, so that's about it either. Yeah, I was gonna check out. I think.
Yes. And that makes sense.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
That's the little paper presents. All right, there's somebody.
Somebody just gave me that.
I guess available tomorrow when you come home.
I don't know. This is liquor. You've not seen the streets of there.
That's good. Yeah. I said, there's one called. I've got some down.
Oh, it was this one.
Right. That's like the question. And you have to do once.
I'm so sorry. It's gonna be.
Where you see the stuff that's coming together. So there's always something else. The dealer told me he was not have that run down.
Oh, how?
Oh, gosh.
Believe me, the same thing is be compared. When I give me something fun, it's supposed to be on the siren, certificate sign, it's over in the acres. I really from 48 to
He's asking.
No, we did. We rented these. You remember? Well, I made it. You can see Alex through the stairs actually. Yeah. Like, if you get up there, you say, this is what work, like, I understand. So I get some first code. This is you got your beat was bad. So you're gonna have two seasons. I think it's 21. So I got. That's how I over trip. Where am I going?
Hey, how are you? There we
Yes, I did. You know, I didn't.
And I guess I'm saying.
I don't mind driving.
How the hell you doing, Mark? I haven't seen you in days. All right.
Are you ready to apply or?
A lot. Well, you just never know. Just never know. I haven't seen you there. Where you been hiding?
But the price of it's really.
Oh, yeah.
It's another man.
Well,
I can see you.
Sorry, but since I retired, I'm pretty much.
yeah, how's it going downhill?
Got back.
Yeah.
I know sure.
I've been retired since. Yeah.
I just. If I could see.
Never got lucky enough to get one.
Okay.
I heard smile say, oh, I know it. I'm retired to go there. Then, yeah.
You're on. I am. How are you? I just got off work.
Yeah. That's a different ball. I did
Yeah, I was on the different list.
Yes. Good seeing you, Mark.
You're all right.
I do.
Yeah, tell her that's all.
Hey, how you doing? Long time no see. Yeah. I'm trying to. How about yourself? Okay. What's your name again? Oh, no, it's been a long time. Yes. Yes. Okay.
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 I see where you.
Yeah, I've seen you a long time. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I know.
First, the website.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
Where do you live at now, John?
What?
Oh, down there. Okay. This way out. Yeah.
Like, yeah, we get, well.
I don't know where you are, Mary. See, they're-
I'm gonna be like always.
Okay, so I guess they're Rogers down in my stars here.
Kind of close to the council later.
Yeah, yeah.
We wanted to have it last year. So, that's really, this was a budget, it's just not. It's really close. That's what
Good, sir. Try to get my head.
How many wonderful Alexandrians we have there. She's favorite. I think that's until.
Yes, but what else was
Given, because it wasn't, that's what they look so badly increases. Bounce. I almost guarantee you that Alexandria, they're pulling what 60%. And that's just something that works. That's what I like to be. Always.
Yeah. That's what I meant. And it's. It's over there. About. Last second. After. Senior. Right, yeah, I had quite a few minutes in the
Coming in on
Started last night. And then. Everything. No, it's educational, I'm sure, but that's what it's. They have to list, but it's There's a sign out here.
Sorry.
Well, so there's these six alternates. I just. I didn't see those. So. And then those six those six options. Create. There's Alexander. There's Chester. I know. I don't have. Well, good. Yeah. Sarah, you okay. Thank you. That here. Yeah, that was my understanding. They were just now.
It'll be a lot better. So.
I was just checking. So here's this is yeah. What they show us demonstrates on the year.
Yeah.
So they could give us
It's
But
not
you guys probably have.
like.
Because
It's
just need to be educated.
Yeah. That's so, and most of them on that. They have to be here. Yeah, so it's like, you know, the first one went to.
Let's slide.
Then on, like.
Was there?
I mean, I have a picture if you want to see it.
We're going to put it to
Hoping that maybe not much more.
Yeah, there's no way that it doesn't give us a number. We didn't.
It's a.
No set.
Then you can
So it's just another shot.
Right.
We can take care of that.
So I should sit on
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let's call the order of the Board of Works meeting, for February 17th. Please answer them.
Flag to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Your heads, please. Father God, we thank you for this evening gathered together, and I thank you for each person that took time out of their very busy schedules to come join us this evening. Ask you for your traveling mercies as everyone travels home, and ask for your kindness and your goodness and your mercy to be bestowed upon us as we work together, forging forward for our great city. We love you so much. Thank you for hearing our prayers. Amen.
Your call. Sarah Collins.
Present.
Kim Smith. Here. Roger Cuneo. Present. Jeremy Van Erman. Here. City Attorney. Here. Clerk Treasurer Darcy Van Erman. And everybody get a chance to review the minutes.
Can you speak up, please? We can't hear you.
Everybody needs to be quiet in the audience.
Thank you.
Would help. Everybody get a chance to review the previous meeting. Move to approve 10 minutes.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? New business. MOU tracks.
Okay, so before you was sent an MOU for a state program for that municipalities are able to utilize to collect not only outstanding utility revenue that hasn't been paid, but we can also utilize it for code enforcement, police, police type collections with tickets and infractions. So I just asked the board if they would consider this moving forward with this option for our city. I'll make the motion to move forward.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All
Thank
opposed?
you.
Thank you.
I'm going to stand in for Water Superintendent Mark Caldwell this evening. He was not able to attend. Before you also is an MOU for our biannual water loss audit that is due. So that is the vendor that's been doing it the last couple of years. That is a state required report.
You know if that's the same firm or is that the Lori Young firm that was purchased that used to do it for us before?
Yes,
So it's the same consultant, but different name because their company was purchased.
yes.
So this is basically what we've done before.
Yes,
This might, I'd have.
Yes, thank you.
The document. Water loss audits are required. It came up last time a little bit during previous meetings. But I think it's every 2 and every 4 years. We've got to account for all the potential water loss and see that got too quick. They've got to go through and do a validation. The validators are certified and trained through the state of Indiana. And there's separate validators for people who do the other part of the work. And this firm has validators. I'm okay with the work, but personally, I'd like to see some, I don't know if they can hear me, but I'd like to have Mark here to present maybe at the next meeting, if that's
Well,
okay.
And I think that makes sense because this contract is a service contract and it doesn't have statutory language that needs to be in here.
So you guys need to review it still.
Well, all service contracts need to have E-Verify and need to have non-discrimination built into this.
Okay.
And
is that in the, did they not have that in the attached either? So there's that and then there's,
I don't see it in.
oh, okay. That was what I wasn't sure if that was there. Okay, wonderful.
We could take it under advisement and just table it until the next meeting. Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, I'm not against it. I just want to make sure we're covered. So.
It doesn't have that, those things.
Okay.
You need to have those.
I'd make a motion to just table it till the next meeting. Yeah.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, and then final item that I have is the delinquent list of utility customers before you that depending on how you move this evening would be up for disconnect. We would send out the 10-day letters and start the process.
This whole report
Mhm.
is gonna be good 10 day letters.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I thought it was just for informational purposes only, not for approval.
We need to approve.
Okay.
And so you know, when, on that list, when we look through it, you've got City of Alexandria properties on there, you have school properties on there. And so, you know, I would take a look to make sure that that's what you want to proceed with the termination of water services.
Yes, I have a question as far as when they're behind. So they were due on the 15th. And then if they didn't pay, now they're delinquent, and that's what we're voting on today.
Yep. And that was just updated at 4 o'clock today. You just received a list at 4 o'clock
I
today.
didn't put that one, so I do have the one I printed from the weekend.
Do you want a copy of it?
No, I just feel this is rather lengthy and we're having so many on here. I guess I would wonder if we could come up with a date right before statements are ran to give them a few days because everybody's ran behind. I mean, I know I'm the one that asked for this, but people do run behind. I mean, I've had problems with mine when I did automatic bill pay
Okay.
and with the holiday. I'm not sure I'm comfortable approving this today. You think it needs approved today?
Can table it till next week.
I think
That's just it. How many was on the list?
that way. Well, it's 35 pages.
Yeah.
Well, today it's 21 pages.
Yeah,
So
okay,
some of it was, a lot of it
Good.
was trimmed off. The one
Okay.
that just went out at 4
About
o'clock.
10 accounts or more per page, so. Yeah, 200, 300.
Okay, and I think with them being due and the holiday and people had them in the box, you took them off. My report wouldn't reflect that. I didn't see the one at 4. So I'm gonna say, can we table it until the next meeting? And then vote to, we can do a vote to put them on the disconnect next time.
Or if they need a special meeting, you know, and I'd be open to, we need to have it to get something done.
Okay,
So do you want to just table to the next meeting?
well.
Table for a
that's- I don't know if we
special
need to
meeting?
vote on that, but
Got two things on that
I make a motion to table
until when?
next meeting.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, can you guys speak up a little bit?
Sure.
I wish you guys had microphones. I appreciate it. I know the people in the back probably can't hear you.
Sorry,
No, you're fine.
Next meeting will be March 2nd, 2026.
I have a couple
5:30.
questions.
Sorry.
I just want to check up on a couple of things from last time. I think these are done, but I just wanted to make sure. Darcy, is the live stream up on Facebook? Or I mean on,
Yep, already
thank you
done.
so much. And do the department heads have their budgets?
Do you want to talk about that?
We put something together that we think will work for everybody but police and fire.
Oh, okay.
Until if and when we get a new system, and then hopefully it will be much easier to have on their computer daily, updated daily.
Okay. And then Julie, you were here last time, but I asked Sydney, and I think I got back to you that I asked if we could maybe get a consultant for the utility office to try to help us work through some things and get to where we need to be. Did you have time to check into any of that for us?
So looking specifically for Alexandria, no, but I know that there's a lot of different entities out there. One of them was, used to go by, I think, Sun, but now it's Exos, so EXOS. You have some other ones out there that do specific utility type services. The important thing to remember with any of those types of vendors is, you know, you can negotiate a scope of service, but they'll need access to all the records to come in there to work the utility. So
I mean, we have the records. Right?
I assume so.
So they would come in and lead the Darcy and the utility team through what we need to do.
I think
So I guess I maybe should research companies and maybe do it the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean,
And an availability of them.
I think one of the things you can do is if you want to go down that road, we can put something out to say and get some proposals from different entities to bring back for your consideration. That's the road you guys want to go.
Do we need to vote on that?
No, because you don't have to actually, like, if this board is directing me to go get that information, I can go get that information and then you can make a determination as to whether or not you want to proceed with engaging somebody or not. So.
I would like to see that information. Is everybody else okay with that?
Consensus. Yes, get some help.
That's in the questions.
Okay, next meeting will be March 2nd, 2026. Approximately. Accept the motion to adjourn. To adjourn.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Any public comment?
Oh.
I mean, that's the
No,
end of this meeting?
this meeting doesn't.
This,
have a-
this is the board.
Council,
Oh,
the council has it.
okay.
They'll open with that.
It's a public meeting. They should have technology. Yes, I know. We have.
That was supposed to be for you. That's supposed to
I'm veteran. Yeah.
As many. The next. If they pass this.
626.
Everyone on their faces. And you guys have, oh, it's. But we need.
Getting over the bug everybody had and one day at a time right now. Generally.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. How's that? No, no. Now we know, but how it's important. And it's not the first thing that I do. Yeah. I'm good.
So first thing, you'll open the public hearing. Everybody done. Should have been open. Well, then I would close it.
It's probably.
That's why. Just let me tell you. We went from 59,000 to 65,000.
Yes. All right, let's call to order the city council meeting for February 17th.
We can't hear you.
We're opening the city council meeting for February 17th, 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call. Roger Cuneo. Present. John Bertzel. Present. Wendy Gillen.
Present.
Amy McCurry.
Present.
Dave Luck. Present. Donna Key Kerr.
Present.
Jeremy Van Erman.
Here.
City Attorney Julie. Here. Clerk Treasurer Darcy Van Erman.
Present.
And I'm also here. Do we want, these are not. Okay. This was for to talk before the meeting on non-agenda items. You're gonna get a chance to speak on the trash collection when that time comes, and you won't have to be on this list. So, yeah. So if anybody wants to speak before the council meeting on a non-agenda item, you're more than welcome.
I got a question. Are you saying that you're not gonna allow us to ask questions on the agenda items?
Not, this first one is public comment for non-agenda items. So anything on the agenda, these are just public comments. That were signed up for when they came in.
I'm just trying to get clarity.
Okay, let me finish. Okay, after we get through with these non-agenda, then we'll go through our meeting, then when we get the whole business, we're gonna get into the public hearing for the utility ordinances. All right, the mayor is gonna open the solid waste one first, and then whoever needs to talk on that will come on up. After that's done, we close that, and then we'll decide whether we want to pass that ordinance. And then we'll go to the sewage. Anybody wants to make comments on that can do so only about the sewage. And then we'll close that one, and then we'll make a decision on sewage ordinance, and then so on and so forth. So you got it?
So multiple public comments. are-
Yeah.
For public, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but this one here is just, if you sign this is non-agenda, so it's something that's not on this. This is something that you have other than that, so,
I think a lot of people sign that because they
Thinking,
thought,
yeah,
yeah,
and-
thank you, yes.
okay.
I thought that was.
That's what yeah.
So we call your name on this, and you're going to wait
Well-
until the utility let us know.
So if we're not going to talk about the utilities, we can speak. If we're not going to talk about the utilities, we can speak about something that's not related to the utilities, correct? At that time.
Yes.
Yeah, right now.
Right.
These are
Non-agenda
non-agenda items, anything on the agenda.
Okay,
Hold on.
okay.
Did you sign this?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're gonna go down the list of the
Well, I just
who
thought-
signed first, and then
Okay.
if you're on there, we'll get you.
Right
I
on.
mean, most of these people are wanting to speak over this.
Yeah.
Well, say their name if they want, then they'll tell you, or do you want me to do it? All right. Okay, Brent, Maddox, later on, all right, Nick White,
I'm gonna give my time to Lisa Mullins.
You can't do
can't
that.
do that.
Is that written down in ordinance that they can't do it? They cannot forgo their time?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What ordinance is that?
Well, it's not an ordinance, it's the local rules that they pass regarding public comment. Public comment is not a guarantee in public meetings in the state of Indiana. You have a right to record and you have the right to observe. That is what the law says. What this council did was they passed an opportunity for public comment on non-agenda items. That is separate than a public hearing. Public hearings require the opportunity for anybody in the public to give their opinion as to that item on there. These comments are the public opinion, or the public comment on non-agenda items that happen before the meeting. You'll get a chance to talk about the other stuff at the end for the public hearings.
Christina White.
I'm gonna speak on the utilities.
Okay. MM Martinez, something, 933 West Washington Street. Can't read the name. All right, Lisa, something.
Lisa Summers. I did a little research and I forgot my papers at home, but I went on Gateway, which is, it posts all of the council members, everyone that's employed from Alexandria. So start off, Todd Naselroad, when he was elected in 21, he started out at $59,000. Now he is at 25, $65,000. Darcy, she started out at $53,560 as her income. Now she is at $59,000, almost $6,000 more. Eric Schmidt, who is a laborer that just started maybe 2 years ago, is at $55,000. I know that's a lot more than a lot of us here in this room even make. So then Rachel Martin, she started out in 22 at $13,785. Now she's at $39,000, which is almost $40,000, $25,000 more. Mark Caldwell, who's not here because we're speaking about water and he doesn't want to be confronted with that, is at 21 in 2021. He's at $61,000. In 25, he's at $79,000. Okay, so then see this. So then, yeah, it's all online. I'm not lying. I have nothing to lie about anyone about any of this. Okay, so then in 22, when the building out here that cost $500,000, he had $59,000 was his pay. Then he had $3,879 for his bonus. And then timeout pay, which I'm not really even sure what that even means, timeout pay. Can anybody, Darcy, can you tell me what timeout pay means?
What was the amount?
It was $18,275. He made $90,000 in 22. Okay, so then David Schmidt, he makes $61,000, and then Mark Sayre, he makes he started out in 21 at $57,000. Now he's at $71,000. That's $26,000 difference. And this is what
Okay, your
we are
time's up.
paying for,
Thank you,
people.
Lisa.
You're
Susie Remington. Jeff Simonson. Here. Hey, Simon. No, next. James Patel.
Peters.
Peters.
Probably can't read my writing. I do got a question. It's gonna be very specific. Probably everybody in here knows that you guys have held multiple SBOA audits in the last couple of years. And it's been a consistent pattern, no controls. This latest one was kind of egregious. There was financial mismanagement, et cetera. I want you guys to, as a council, to address to the people the reality that you failed SBOA audits, and now we're sitting here and you guys are going to increase or looking to increase our rates by 60% in our utilities. So can you address the SBOA mismanagement and the reality that you guys are now trying to raise our rates, maybe even due to that?
So this is public comment. It's not a question and answer period. Either is it. What I mean
Do you guys see the lack of transparency?
Yes.
I've requested capital requests from this body, numerous requests. They only gave me one, and during that audit, I discovered, hey, man, there might be a financial mismanagement problem. They haven't delivered any Apple requests since. And there's a reason they're filling SBOA audits. There's a reason that they're raising our rates today.
This is an egregious act. Everybody should be offended. Everybody should be outraged. And we need to stick together to do something about it, because if we don't, they're gonna do it, they're gonna pass it, and they're gonna act like there's nothing that you can do about it, but there is. When you band together as a city and you begin to fight back, then they're the ones who are in jeopardy, right? We don't want these 60. Responded to state agencies. The state agency, OPAC, asked them repeatedly to respond to these violations of APA requests, and they haven't done it. So I filed lawsuit personally against the city of Alexandria and a major population of
Your time's up.
and everybody should be aware of that.
James Levi.
And expect us to drink and wash with brown water. Looks like I came out of my toilet.
And you're gonna increase it.
Yep.
You're gonna increase it for brown water?
It sounds like he's wants to testify in the hearing.
Are you wanting to testify on the hearing?
Are you wanting to testify on the hearing? That's the question.
What's that?
They just want, they're quiet now. They want to know if you want to testify on the hearing, if you want to speak about the water.
It's a little, there's both of them.
Yeah.
You're asking the.
I didn't know nothing about the sign up, how
No,
it works and
no,
nothing.
that's
I
fine.
just want to speak my mind.
And you can, you're more than welcome. You don't have to
Tired
stop.
of brown water. Tired of West Washington Street being a drag strip, and I say something over and over and over. And I tagged that guy right there, the mayor, several times about police patrols, and they do nothing. About passing my granddaughter's bus in the morning, they do nothing. Absolutely nothing in the city. They sat out here on 9/28 and will not do anything about people passing the bus. They won't do anything about 45 and a 30. I've called about it. I've talked to officers about it. Thank goodness, hopefully the one sitting right over there, I took him outside and talked to him. Hopefully he said he's gonna be out there tomorrow morning. We'll see. Because I'll tell you, if my granddaughter gets hurt because of that kind of crap, it's going to be wrong. Wash our clothes and expect us to drink and cook with brown crap water that comes out of the toilet.
All right, thank you. Stephanie Stennis.
Yeah, I'm here for the public hearing.
Okay, the Zoo Klosk, is that right? Sorry, I'm having trouble reading. Is that right? Dizueclosk?
Oh, it's Diane.
Oh,
I'm gonna pass for now.
okay, all right, sorry, Diane. Amy Dorn,
I'm gonna pass for now.
Kelly Wyckoff.
Wait until the students are.
Okay, Kelly, Lucy and Lori,
Russian?
yeah,
Are you SHIN?
yeah, I think so, yeah.
We'll wait.
Okay, sorry. Jessica Lynch.
Sorry, I thought that was a sign-in sheet.
All right,
I'm here with Baker.
okay, sorry. All right, then I'll check the other one off. Jennifer Ward.
Just quickly, I wanted to thank the board for all the work that they've done. I know it's not a thankful job. But on the other hand, I want to thank every elected official that reached out to my husband and I during the closing of the Washington Street project. That was a very hard time for a lot of us. We were not given a trucking route. If it was not for the generosity of JD and East Gosnell, we would not have been able to get our large semis in and out. So I want to thank each and every one of you that reached out to us to make sure we were okay. And guess what? It was none of you.
Don't stop. I'm like, really? They get big. We grew up together.
Brad Mullins. All right.
Yes, a couple meetings ago, there was, I believe it's this thing here, since I do not have an inventory list of anything since I've been here forever of any of the assets of any department. How can you conduct a business, which is what this is basically, without an inventory of the stuff you have? How do you control theft? How many toolboxes are in some of these gentlemen's homes? How many guns, how many cars, how many gallons, hundreds of gallons of gas has went out of our pocket for useless, non-city purposes? Do you have a control of the credit cards? I doubt it. I don't even bet you know, I bet you don't even know on a list of how many miles the cars are driven and how many gallons of gas is actually going in the police cars.
Amen.
That is control of the city and funding. And it is not happening. And as an entrepreneur of several businesses, you have to have that, or you can't have a business or even know how to ask for more money for your product. Your product is what the city buys. You guys have spent over $3 million that was in the bank that the city had in less than 4 years. Plus, we're in debt. How does that work? I cannot just go say, hey, I want another 60% for my merchandise. It doesn't happen that way. Customers don't buy it. But we're forced by what you do. So allow us the opportunity to speak and direct questions and get answers for the amount of money the increase is for. There's a little old lady lives down the street from me. She has $750 a month Social Security. She has to pay taxes on her house. She has to get water. She has to get food. Now she cannot have them. And by the time she does that and buys a piece of clothing or two, she can't even afford to put gallons of gas in her little Volkswagen. You know what? How is she going to buy meds next month when you guys raise this increase? It's crazy. But the inflation went up, what was it, 2.7? Social Security only went up to 2.7. So how can you raise ours 60%? Bam, one hit like that. Not even shaded over time. Spending $500,000 on
Time's
something
up, sorry.
that's one city.
Thank you, Brad.
You should be able to speak more than 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's
It's 2
ridiculous.
minutes.
It's whatever it is, I don't care. Freaking ridiculous.
Actually, we passed it so you can do that for 2 minutes. Before that, you couldn't speak at all.
Put you in these spots so that you can hear our voices. Does that not matter to you?
Concerns.
Questions are coming soon.
Man,
Yeah. Run for city council. Run for it. Do it.
And why can you ask questions, but we can't?
I'm not asking a question. I'm saying run.
You're not even answering any questions. Should be answering these questions.
Are you still going down the list? I didn't sign in, we got here a little late.
We're-
That's kind of how.
Are you wanting to say something on the rate increases?
No, no, it's about, when are you guys gonna answer the questions?
Thank you.
They're not.
They don't have to. Legally, they don't have to. They don't even have to listen to us. Yeah.
I want them to answer me, please. Answer me. When are you gonna answer some questions? You're accountable to us, the city people of Alexandria, and we want to know.
We want inventory lists.
When else you gonna answer our questions?
Accountability. Quit looking at your lawyer and answer a question.
We're gonna move on to.
This is the kind of.
I see.
Everybody had a chance to review the previous.
Put your eyes.
We're on camera.
Is this what everybody voted for? That's how they voted.
No, let's not.
Raise your hand.
I expected.
All right, hey, we're on to the next part. Please don't interrupt. We're gonna get into the other things. So the public comment is over. Let's move on. Okay.
Approval of meeting minutes for February 2nd.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, warrant 20081 through 20171 in the amount of $245,126.63.
Can't hear you, Todd.
Talking money.
Warrant number 20081 through 20171 in the amount of $245,126.63. Any questions?
We don't know, no. What is the amount about?
Do Do you guys not have questions of what's being done? You're on council to represent the people. Don't you have a question to ask him so we can hear an answer of something?
Or what the dollar amount was towards?
This is the meeting of the council. They're the ones that, if they have questions, they can ask questions, but it's not supposed to be interrupted by anybody in public. You have the right to observe and record. And that's-
Yes, really tell me.
Well, I'm telling you to stop disrupting the meeting because under the laws, that can be excluded. So I'm trying to keep it so that you can stay in this meeting and take part of the public hearing that's going to be later.
Am I okay with that? Motion to approve? Amy, Donna, anything? We're approving the claims. That's expenditures for the month, okay? Those are sent for 2 weeks, or those are sent to us. We go through them and look at them. And we're approving them. It was for 200 expenditures, okay?
Like what?
This happens every meeting, people. This happens every single meeting.
Lisa, you've been warned about interrupting these meetings.
That was the last one.
One more.
No, I get three. I get three by the state of Indiana.
You're warned again.
No,
Put it on the
once.
books.
One time.
That's 2.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Now, we need
Does
them.
anybody have questions?
You don't, right?
If not,
Oh,
Do I have a motion? A motion to approve.
Don't approve. There you
do I
go.
have a motion?
Let's not approve. Yeah.
Well, so the motion to approve fails for lack of second if you don't move on, so.
So now I can't pay the claims.
I have a motion.
I don't think you need them.
I mean, I don't need them.
You don't- If there's no second,
Okay,
then it fails for lack of second.
all right, we'll go. February 1st. Yeah, approval of payroll pension, February 1st, 2026. $152,533.24.
Those good friends.
I second.
All in favor? All opposed? All right. So now for old business.
So you'd open the public hearing.
I'm going to open the public hearing for the solid waste collection and disposal, which is the trash pickup. Any,
Yeah, and are you guys increasing rates on trash pickup as well, or no?
yes,
Okay. And what is the rate increase on the trash pickup that you guys are proposing? Percentage?
What I would propose is have Baker Tilly go ahead and do the presentations to.
yeah.
You guys want to do your presentation?
Well, I can't put it on the projector because the device, the connector is not compatible with my laptop. So I know the lady that knows about it left to go try and get back in time to get it. But I have the presentation that I can pass out to the council with hard copies. If you want me to do that.
Okay, just let me tell you, okay, so I have 2 trash cans. I get one through the city
Okay.
and then I get one through, Best Way, okay? I pay $60 a year for for my extra trash can. So my suggestion is either get a dumpster or just do away with the city's trash can and get 2 for $120 for a whole year.
Is my question answered?
Hey, one more. Lisa, that's it. One more.
I guess for each one.
Now it's a percentage of the town. Raise your hand. Anybody else in the trash? Yeah.
I have this on the website. There was a list.
There was a list of things we should not put in it, and I thought, oh, those are things that Dale separated out from me. You know, because I took everything, he taught me as we went along, the things I was allowed to put in and I can't. But I was told that the things that are bad can clog up their machine. I don't want to do that. Is there a way you could put a list of those items on our next, bill? It would be a list of the things that do not go in the recycling bin. One of the things I was surprised at, maybe you guys don't know this, if you have a monthly meal, you actually put that container in there, but it has to be cut. So if we can have that in the recycling of the environment. Thank you.
I call Best Way specifically on that. And anything that has a recycling symbol on it, 1, 2, whatever, put it in there.
Kevin, that's amazing on, this increase on the trash because Best Way is our only contract, right, the trash with the city.
At this, yeah.
So I was in that meeting where Best Way was the only bid we had as a city for trash pickup. Was it not negotiated in that contract for the current usage that we're paying for trash? Or is that contract staying the same and now we're trying to make up for what that contract is? Maybe I can answer that. There's a negotiated contract for a set price, but it's for 1 years. And then now if you're gonna get an increase, was that again rolled into the first contract, or is that gonna be now on another contract, we're gonna, Best Way, there's not gonna price enough, so now we're gonna be faced with another increase in cost. I think it's a valid question that nobody's looking at.
So I can tell you that there's a contract that was negotiated with Best Way that the council and nobody raised rates in association with those contracts. So the rates that have been charged have been below what it is that the contract is with Best Way. But that has been part of the discussion regarding rates.
So and that's what I'm trying to clarify is, the consumer have already been undercharged. So that's an administration problem as far as this should have been addressed when you're going in the red there off the bat. If your contract is more than what you're taking in from the trash pickup, there's the problem. And now it's going to be hit all at once. So I think that's the concern of most citizens is, why is this just now starting to get corrected when it's been a problem for a couple of years? Thank you.
Is she?
Yes.
Okay, still.
With the new phase, I did the math, with the new phase, you're gonna pay about $7 a week to get your trash picked up. All right. When I was in Newcastle, and you always have the opportunity to go Lisa's Way, get your own trash cans. When I was in Newcastle, I didn't have city trash pickup. I had to pay waste management. And I had to wheelbarrow my things all the way out. I didn't have one of them pushy things. All right. So it's gonna be about $7 a week to get your big thing trash.
What is everybody paying now?
Well, just to buy however many times your trash gets picked up. It's 16 now. Yeah, so you're paying 2 now.
16 now.
2 to 3.
Yes.
16 a month.
So. 4, so yeah, so it's gonna go up. Yeah, so that's really not too bad in my opinion on trash pickup.
$3
Yeah, that's real bad.
$7 a week, Lisa. $7.
less than
$28 a month.
$20.
28 months. Yeah.
That's why I charge you.
Well, the high pay is the high.
Are we getting charged 16? You're only getting charged 15.
I just explained.
You can't fix it up where you're making, Best Way's not charging you more.
Indiana statute says you're only allowed to charge for the contract that you have on Best Way.
Amen.
Not allowed to charge more than that. I don't know how health insurance for, I don't know who is allowed to be charged, in addition to that, when you're not actually providing services.
It's not that we're not listening. We are listening. We're listening to a bunch of bull crap is what we're listening to.
Why is contracts negotiated instead of everything being put out for bids, whether it's gas, trash, or everything should be put out for bids?
Yeah, 3
So we
bids.
know if there's no unfair money's coming back to people in the pocket. Whatever. Hey, I don't know it. All I know is you made a deal with a buddy of yours. That's what bids are about. That's what that's supposed to be about. 3 bids on anything, whether it's water, gas, or whatever. Whoever trash should have bids, not negotiated contracts. Because those can be buddy deals behind the covers. It's just like the $500,000 shed bid out there on Mill Creek. That should not be
Attorney,
signed up.
is that correct? Should there, I'm asking the attorney, is there 3 bids that they're supposed to get for all of the services? And doesn't one include, you have to have a minority or women-owned business or something like that? Is there 3 bids that need to be taken on this?
So generally speaking about the law, no, that is an incorrect statement. When you have a public works project that is governed to go out and get quotes, right? You got to go out and put it out for bid. If it's services, you can go out and you can obtain services however you want to get services, but you have to analyze each one of them. When you talk about the trash contract, the trash contract was put out. You had 1 respondent. So if nobody else is going to respond to it, I don't know what else you want to do with that. And so then the negotiation occurs after that. But when you talk about the bids and quotes, if it is a public works project, that is a sealed bid that you've got to go out and put on the street, and it's not just 3. If it is under 150, at that point, you go out and you solicit 3 separate bids for a public works project. Public works project is going to be the construction of something, brick and mortar, roadways, things like that is a public works
So that's $1
project.
million building.
So building is that would be a public works project.
So we should have had 3 bids on the $500,000.
3 bids on the $500,000. Yes, thank you, that.
According to what you just said.
According to what we said, we've all heard that, yes.
So I,
Yeah.
so
1 bid,
So it was.
$500,000 on a shed.
I think she's ready to do her presentation.
Think so? You don't think you're so kidding?
All right.
Ready?
I am. Thank you, Jeremy. Okay, so the presentation, that the hard copies in front of you, but I also have it up here on the, projected on the wall. So we updated the presentation that was provided at the October council meeting for what was selected to be considered for this public hearing for the rates. So I'll go through each one in the order listed there: sewer, stormwater, water, sanitation, and then at the end, there's a summary with the sewer, stormwater, water all together, and then also a comparison of 3,000 gallons of usage at the new proposed rates or versus 4,000 gallons usage. So here's just the rate study objectives again, just to reestablish a strong financial position, provide funding for necessary sewer capital improvements projects through the item requirements that the city is working through currently, provide for necessary operating expenses for each of the utilities. And I believe it was considered to phase in the sewage rates, but instead it's the trash that's being phased in now. And then ensuring that the rates continue to reflect the needed improvements while keeping them affordable for residents and businesses. So the sewage works, so these are the revenue requirements, what the sewage works expenses, that revenues, the rate where the rates are set, and what the anticipated revenues that are generated from those rates need to be able to support. So total revenue requirements, so that includes operating disbursements, outstanding debt. Right now, there is a negative operating cash balance, so building that back up to be a positive cash balance to meet those required minimum balances per your outstanding debt. And then any capital improvements needed to the aging infrastructure. So altogether, those revenue requirements for the sewage works is $2,780,000. Our test year, which was calendar year 2024,
The annual receipts that were brought in from the current rates was 1,715,900. So that's an additional 1,064,000 or a 62% increase.
This presentation going to be included in the minutes?
Yeah, most of us can't see this. You got them on a wall where it's half the audience.
Yeah, I'm not how we answer that question. Is it going to be included in the minutes?
We'll make it the minute.
Or I was like, this is where I was set up. So I can move wherever you
You can
want.
rotate it. Or move it, yeah.
Can you put it on that?
We'll take on this wall if everybody would get to see it.
It's called.
Put it on another chair.
She knows.
If you give it back, it'll be big enough.
Yeah.
Right.
Mark, behind your hair.
Is this good?
It's fine.
If we move it, the mayor's. I get it.
Okay. That's not what it is.
I'll be.
There was in.
Yeah. Splashing.
Projector will not turn back on. It's just gonna take Hey, Todd, it won't turn back on until it cools down.
If I make it a bronze, internal control.
Oh, I do.
Red light.
It's going on.
Yes.
Now I want to figure. Okay, I think we're ready to proceed.
Just go ahead.
Okay.
I'll just thank.
All right, to continue on. So for the sewer works, that's an increase of 62%. So the comparison of monthly residential bills for your current rates versus the proposed rates with, this is based on 4,000 gallons usage, and we use 4,000 gallons because we do rate comparison schedules and reports throughout the state of Indiana, and the typical, what we see throughout the entire state, the usage is around 4,000 gallons. It's my understanding that Alexandria customers may use more 3,000 gallons, which we'll show later on towards the end of the presentation. But so based on 4,000 gallons usage, the current monthly bill is $55.41. At the proposed rates, it would be $89.77. And then there's also some surrounding communities and their monthly bills based on 4,000 gallons, ranging from LaPel at $39.10 to Rossville, which is $99.86. Stormwater, the annual revenue requirements to operate the stormwater utility is around $450,000. So that's incorporating the operating disbursements, any outstanding loans, and any capital projects. In 2024, the annual receipts that were received based on the current rates was $220,600. So that's additional receipts required of $229,300, which is a 104% increase. But percentages can be misleading. So that 104% is only $4.80, 90 cents, no, 70 cents. So anyway, so currently the stormwater based on your equivalent residential unit. So a resident is one ERU, but some commercial businesses may have multiple ERUs, which would change this rate. But based on a residential bill, it would currently is $4.50. The proposed rate is $9.20. For the water, the estimated annual revenue requirements based on the current operating disbursement, along with replenishing the operating cash balance that has is currently negative, and any capital projects. The proposed alternative from what was presented to the council in October that was selected is alternative 6. So that is net annual revenue requirements of $1,846,500. The current rates brought in annual revenues of approximately $968,000. So that's additional revenue needed of $878,500, which is a 91% increase. But in dollars, based on a 4,000 gallon bill, for a monthly residential user, currently, your current rates, that bill would be $17.72. At the proposed rates, that would be $33.84. And then surrounding communities varies from Elwood, that's paying $17.40 on the low end, to Orestes, which has a monthly water bill of $71.13. For the trash, this one is phased in based on the phased schedule of the contract that the city has with Best Way. So just operating disbursements for the trash facility in the sanitation department. The operating disbursements for this first phase, which will be implemented in 2026, is $456,800. The annual receipts from the current rates that was brought in 2024 was $356,200, which is additional receipts of $100,600, which is an increase of 28%. And then once the revenues are brought to be current with the operating disbursements, then an annual phase in of 5% over the next 3 years after that, so 2027 through 2029, based on those increases from Best Way. So that monthly residential bill is currently $16.40. So that first increase would bring that up to $21.25, and then about $1 a year after that. And then the surrounding communities varies from Terre Haute, that has that bill is $15.50, to Gary, which is $27.21. Based on 4,000 gallons, the same comparison graph that we had for water, sewer, and stormwater. Just we don't have as many trash rates for communities. Not all of them have them. So just looking at Alexandria, the present rates is fourth from the middle there, or fourth from the left. And then the proposed is third from the right. So it shows that the total based on 4,000 gallons and compared to surrounding communities. And then the comparison of the total monthly residential utility bill based on 3,000 gallons, which is the minimum charge for sewer. And then the water minimum charges are based on your meter size. So the gallons allowed vary based on your meter size. But most residential users would be in that first block, which is a 5/8 inch meter. And so that gallons, it's a little over 3,000 gallons for the water. And then stormwater and trash would remain unchanged because those are just a flat fee. The stormwater is ERU. It's not based on usage, on water usage. So the difference between those is the 3,000 gallons usage, the total bill would be $129.50. The 4,000 gallons would be $154.06 for sewer, water, stormwater, and trash. And then that's the end of.
Thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Do you want to know that you didn't hit on any particular slide or?
That's fine.
First. Look at
Oh,
the trash. The trash.
Oh, the trash first.
Trash is first.
Okay. Anybody that wants to speak on the trash can have an opportunity to speak on the trash at this time.
Does anybody want to speak on the trash? You just asked.
Yeah, I have a question. If I only generate 2 weeks worth of trash and I'm just set my container out twice a month, why am I paying for a full month of service?
Yeah.
So these are public hearings, which are allow you to give information for the council, your testimony as to what they should consider when voting on this issue.
So to be clear, you're not answering any questions? Is that what you're saying?
This is not a question and answer period. This is a public hearing.
I have a question. Why are we, if you actually reside in the city of Alexandria, Why are we here?
They all did, because they have to start here.
You only live here.
Yes.
What about the lawyer?
No, I don't,
No? Why are you here?
because I've been hired.
To speak to the mayor there, to have his back, and all these men and women's back. But I don't understand why the words aren't coming from the mayor direct, because all I see is public. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's here, so they don't say the wrong thing. I mean, he's the attorney, you have to understand that.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, because they don't want to speak, because then they could get, they could disclose something that they shouldn't.
You guys live here too. You don't want your rates to go up. Hello, don't you feel the same way we are out here not wanting our, truly, we hear some feedback from you guys that really shows that you care about our concerns. You got the whole city of Alex practically in here.
Lisa told us about the raises that are covering their increases.
Yeah, that, I mean,
City.
yeah.
So I just want to make sure that you guys did receive my 5 written objections, but I finished it and gave to him earlier.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Because I'm not gonna be able to, I can't hear anything that anybody's saying. I'm not really gonna be able to say anything. I just want to make sure that it's on record that I did give this gentleman in the middle 5 written objections regarding the 4 ordinances to them tonight.
Do you have those? Oh, is that, yes,
Can you acknowledge that you received them?
yes, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Can someone read
One
those?
question. Are you guys planning on issuing bonds? And is the revenue hike a pledge so that you can get said bonds?
Yes.
I want them to say.
Yes, I know.
Does anyone know? Can the attorney answer that?
That's clear. They're not gonna say something.
Just staring you down.
Can I see this?
Yes.
These rates incorporate certain expenditures that are having to be done regarding the long-term control plan. That is a requirement from the federal government and IDEM to bring in certain projects. Through the previous council meetings, I think there's been discussion that I'm not sure Alexandria would be able to qualify for bonds. They have to look at other funding mechanisms in order to put the improvements into the utilities that need to be there. And I will just say this briefly when we're looking at these rates. The city of Alexandria really is faced with 2 options here. 1, it's the increase of your rates, or 2, it's the sale of your utilities for privatization. They are in the red. They cannot continue to operate in the red. There were comments made regarding the State Board of Accounts audits, which talk about the operations of the utilities. You cannot continue, no business can continue to run in the red year after year. And so that's why you have the 2 options. It's either we sell.
Why are they in the red?
Because rates have not been increased since when was the last time your rates were increased? 2017. So you're looking at about 9 years. You're talking about 9 years without a single rate increase. And it include increased requirements, especially when you talk about water and wastewater. And so those are the issues that come into play. And that's the question that this council is faced with. Do we raise rates? And that is your opportunity now to speak and provide testimony as to why or why not to raise rates. The other option.
Exactly.
The other option that they have is.
Object, say aye.
Object to that.
Their salaries?
And decrease salaries, yes.
If you're gonna raise rates, you actually have a product worth using.
Yes.
What does that water do to our skin? What does that water do to our family? I'm out, but elections are coming. Vote none of the above.
Right.
I don't know nothing about a mayor, but I know I can win and I know I can do it better than you because I care about people.
Some of these graphs.
We're saying that it has nothing to do with SBOA controls. The SBOA controls for mismanaging bonds, mismanaging opioid bonds. And but this has nothing to do with that. And you're all supposed to believe that.
Go ahead.
It has to do with the.
I was gonna ask you a question here, because I'm just excuse a little hillbilly. Are you an elected representative?
Are you asking about me?
Are you?
No.
You're just a city attorney?
Yeah.
Correct.
So I'm trying to figure out, under US Code Title 241, are you trying to conspire against the citizens' rights to address their elected officials?
No,
Is that one of those silly things where you keep interrupting them and then speaking for the city officials and they elect?
there's, again,
Are you receiving tax dollars to go ahead and interrupt their civil liberty? That's my only silly question. I'm just a hillbilly.
okay, well, in response to your question, no, there are certain rights that are provided to people. You are able to speak to any of these elected officials. I'm trying to answer your question, and I told you I am not an elected official.
Thank you.
You have the right, citizens have the rights to address their elected officials when they want to. However, there are rules that set up, the Constitution specifically sets up that speech can be controlled in the top place, the United States Constitution and the Indiana Constitution. The place and manner, I gave you the courtesy to speak without interruption. I'm going to ask you to give me that same courtesy now. Well, you can continue to misrepresent the statements that have been made. I am not an elected official again. The Constitution specifically sets up that you have the right to certain free speech, but the government can control the time, place, and manner of that speech. That is why the laws are set up. If you look at the open door laws in the state of Indiana, you have the right to attend, to record, to listen to the public meetings that are occurring. There is no right for public comment or address in those meetings. And you can go through every single one. Now, I will say that there is a public hearing that has been advertised. Public hearing is the opportunity to provide the testimony to the council for their consideration regarding the matter in front of them.
Are they legally allowed to answer a question from the audience?
At this point, you're conspiring against all of these people that live in Alexandria to communicate with their elected officials.
That's a good.
Every one of the people on this council are listening to the attorney and wanting to speak for them. So you guys have a pretty good federal law.
This is a-
I'm just telling you guys what the law is. They love playing this game, and if they're denying all the state rights to have open books as a BOA, then I go ahead and see if you guys can't land it in federal court.
And how much are they paying the attorney?
This is a chance for you to voice your opinion on the rate increases. It's not a question and answer.
On the graphs that we have here.
So when can we come to the question and answer session? Because that's what we're all here for. We would like to hear from you all that have been elected. Like, we want to hear you answer the question. You look at the attorney every single time a question's answered.
Guys, we're not here to attack you, attack your character, but we are here attacking the financial mismanagement, the lack of transparency, the reality that none of you want to open the books and let the people see, which is, it's an ordained right, a constitutional right, especially in the state of Indiana, that all public servants have to open up and be transparent to the city. We're just asking you guys, what's going on? And yet in this meeting, no, Wendy, what's going on? Roger, what's going on? Talk to us.
Okay, I'm.
Explain what's going on.
wait.
Are you an elected official?
No, I'm not. I'm a citizen.
Explain.
Take my-
So, right, so-
Yeah, that's okay. No, that's okay, because I have some important things to say also. First, I want to say thank you, Jewel, for trying to explain your stand. I do appreciate that. And I can answer, trash service has been underpriced since 2019. Trash service has been underpriced since 2019, and that's per Baker Tilly in their October 7th meeting with the city council. So it's been underpriced for, 7 years. That is the height of financial irresponsibility. I also want to bring up that we were talking about notices. My husband and I received in the mail today, and the date on this was mailed was February 12th, notifying us that there was a public hearing tonight. Because we do not live within city limits. We own property and we own a business within city limits. This is a problem. This is a big problem. And, I try to keep myself pretty abreast of what's going on in town, but there are those that do not. This is a problem. And I wanted to speak to what you're hearing here is fear. You're hearing people that don't understand the process. What we're hearing here from you is we don't want to hear your questions, which I understand this is not a time for questions. But I've reached out to Darcy. She took a lot of time to speak with me. I reached out to several city councilmen. They all took the time to reach out to me and talk to me and answer my questions, and I really appreciate it. I think that if we're gonna get through tonight without someone having a coronary, we need to hear each other. And that's all I'm asking, and I'm respectfully asking that you table this ordinance specifically. If there's any way that Darcy's over there frantically taking notes, it's being recorded, is there any way at all that we can get at least the majority of the people's questions answered in some format? I don't even care if you post it to Facebook, we can share it amongst each other, or if we have another meeting, if we feel like doing this again, have another meeting where those questions are answered. Because right now, all we see is money going out. All you guys see is the red, and that you have to have that money or we have to sell the utility. I don't know if I'm a big fan of selling the utility. If we elected you, we trust you. So I'm asking you to hear what we're saying. I'm asking you to hear what they're saying. Hear where they're coming from. Please, hear where they're coming from and bridge that gap. Be the bigger person, bridge that gap. And I'm just asking you to table approving the ordinance tonight and get us some answers. Thank you.
I second that.
Nice.
Hey, John, point of order real quick. Will you see if there's any more trash questions?
I'm ready.
Pardon? Will you see if there's any more trash questions, and then we can move on to the next item on the agenda?
Hey, are there any more trash questions? 'Cause we're gonna move on to the next one.
Can Amy McCurry please talk? She's been trying to talk. And can we let her talk really quick? She really has.
We're moving on to the next one, so no more for trash.
Can we?
All right.
It depends upon if you want to take action on it tonight or not, but you can.
Okay, but is everyone finished with the trash portion? Because I would, if we're going to make separate motions, I would like to make a motion that we do table the trash. I feel like the reason we can't give you a lot of answers is we don't have them ourselves. And I'm just gonna be transparent. Thank you. If anyone here doesn't think that we sitting up here do not care about this city, then I am very sorry that you feel that way. If you know us, I would hope that you know different. All of us also have water bills. None of us want to pay a bigger water bill. Some of us own a couple of properties. That means more. So we will take this under consideration. We do want to hear you, but this isn't the time or place to do that. So if you need to reach out to your city council person, please do so. I know I appreciate Jennifer, Diane. There were several that have reached out to me. And I will say, I also appreciate, I've had so many calls in the last 2 weeks that have actually, I was ready to resign and they were like, no, as far as thank you. And I was really surprised to hear on that side of things. And we can use some encouragement because this is not easy. And when you say vote us out in an election and I clapped, 2 people up here, 2 of us ran unopposed. No one ran against the mayor. So if you want to beat him, you have to run against him, so here's where we are. And I didn't mean anything against you, Todd, but it's just my point. Todd and Wendy were the only 2 that had an opposition. More people need to get involved, but not just when things like this are taking place. And I want to address the gentleman back here, please. I was the one that said that. I was the one that said that about having an inventory. My point was, as we do internal controls, I want the inventory. I didn't say I was asking, can we do that? Because I agree with you. So I just wanted to say that. It was me.
Say you fulfilled your job if you haven't had one ever. That's your exact word. How would you know what's even getting spent except for what somebody tells you? Frivolous amounts of money that are totally fake and incorrect or skyrocketed way beyond and beyond what's required. And that budget can be cut in half. And a lot of it would be getting rid of fruitless expenditures that are not required. How many toolboxes, how many cars are out there? How many hundreds of thousands of gallons a year is out there? Check I bet mileage per gallon isn't even been checked on the cars. No control of none of that.
And that's what she's asking. We're yelling at her though. She's asking for that.
Make sure she hears me.
I think she. I think.
You need to have the numbers, you need to come to us.
There's.
Yes.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
That's fine.
That don't make no sense, I guess, though, because I'm.
All in favor? All opposed? Okay. Now for sewage work with this. I'm gonna open that up, open up for public comment.
I didn't hear what we're doing.
Sewage. Open it up for public comment for sewage.
Public comments.
Again, we'd like you to table it. Like, that's what we would like some answers. If you guys could get some answers and bring us some answers. So table it. If no one else has any other, yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have words tonight, I'm sorry. I want to talk about, we're on sewage. What I kept hearing from Baker Tilly, both for sewage and water, so just for sewage right now, is that, the driver for those was, their increased disbursements, and the driver of those disbursements was their, salaries and wages and associated costs for, employees. So when I was in a meeting, I asked, are we paying, it was brought to my attention that we are paying for some employees' lunch hours. And when I asked, I was told yes. So I just want to say that paying for a lunch hour, because it's always been done that way, is a habit, it's not a policy. So I'd like that to be looked at. There is also, I asked, have we done any sort of analysis, work studies, time studies? Have we done any sort of salary cost versus total budget analysis, anything of that nature? And I was told no. And meeting after meeting after meeting, you hear that department heads do not have access to their budgets. How can department heads make good fiscal financial decisions when they're coming up with projects, when they're laying out hours for their employees, when they can't even tell if they're going to be above or over their budget? That's not okay. We don't know if we have too many people employed. We don't know if we have too few employed. And besides that, we don't know if we have the right people employed in the right positions. I think stormwater could probably use a guy or two besides the one-man show that we've got going on. So I'm asking for you guys to put the time and effort into doing these sort of studies to make sure that we have is what we have. Because the drivers of the increase in sewage is disbursements, and the majority of that is our employment costs. I'm not asking for anyone to be fired. I'm not asking for that at all. I'm just asking, do your homework, do your work, and make sure that what we have is appropriate. And again, I'm sorry.
Are you saying that out of the sewage works money, you've heard that they're having city luncheons on the sewage works fund? Is that what you're saying?
Some hours. There's lunch hours are being paid for. Some of them, I don't know if all of them are or not, but some of them are, and that's a problem. And I also, I forgot to bring up in trash, and I'm sorry, is that I had two elected officials tell me that they have brought up things to be put on the agenda, and they could not get it put on the agenda. And I know for a fact that Ms. Van Erman, the clerk treasurer, has brought up bringing up raising the rates in previous years, and that has failed to come to a meeting. And I don't know the background of that, and I'm not going to speculate on it, but I would hope that, elected officials want things on an agenda, that if it's appropriate to put it on an agenda, that it is put on an agenda, and that it is not kept off of the agenda for personal reasons or whatever other reasons. So, and I'm not saying that it was, I'm just saying it's worrisome when you hear elected officials say they can't get things put on an agenda. So again, I respectfully request that you table this ordinance too until we can get some kind of studies done to make sure that employees are paid appropriately, that we're not using taxpayer monies to pay for city employee lunch hours, and that we have the correct number of employees and the right people doing the right jobs. Thank you.
I'd like to dovetail on the lunches. Employee for 10 years at the Department of Corrections over to reformatory, and then I left it over to the federal government. I'll be damned if I got a paid lunch hour once. Why are you guys getting a golden parachute as a city employee?
I would just like to say, if you have watched the last few meetings, we have asked for a copy of all of the benefits. A lot of this sits with Board of Works and not the council, and I'm not trying to kick the can. I'm not trying to not take responsibility, but there is that slippery slope with what the Board of Works allows, the contracts, those type of things versus what the council sees. But we have requested a copy of all of the benefits so that we can look into these things. So please know that that is something that we may or may not be aware of and are looking at.
Got one last question. Will you guys commit to disclosing to the city all of the financial records for the past 12 months of each utility fund, all invoices, all contracts, every thing, so people can see the transparency, what's really going on? Will you guys commit to that?
Mayor, I think that's a mayor question.
And that's
Or Darcy. I mean, it should be public knowledge, so.
Nobody should be explaining something.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't,
Nobody should.
it is public record. I don't know where you would make the request
The
to.
request has been made, they're being.
Okay, that I apologize. I'm unaware.
It's already filed. There you go. Didn't lock that out.
Anybody else on the sewage?
I'll make a motion to table.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, stormwater utility. We'll open up a public hearing on stormwater. Anybody have anything to say on stormwater?
Don't let him go. I've been waiting for this all night. I'm not really a good public speaker, and as some of you know, I don't come to these meetings. But when I heard what was going on, I just couldn't sit at home and watch a movie tonight. My job right now, as Jeremy knows, I work for another municipality and I handle their stormwater. When the issue happened with the trailer court, I called the water department. I don't know if Darcy answered. I don't remember who answered. I said, hey, I really hate to butt in because it's none of my business, but why have you guys not filed a lien against the property over there based on their stormwater? Can I talk to you maybe?
Oh, no.
Shaking your head?
No, I'm listening. I'm sorry. I just have that.
So I was worried when I saw on the record, I don't remember the amount of the lien that was filed against the trailer court for the stormwater, but it was like $200 and some. And I'm very familiar with ERUs, as you guys, ERUs are 2,500 square feet for one ERU. The lien that I saw on the record was $200 and some. Our current storm here in Alexandria is $4.50. There's no way humanly possible that the trailer court's property only had $200 worth of storm. Where I work in another municipality, we file liens and we have 10% penalties. We get the fees on top of it. We let you get, sadly, a year behind before we do any of this, and we try really hard to get a hold of you and say, hey, don't forget to pay your stormwater, or we're gonna file a lien. We do it by priority mail, which is the cheapest way. So when I saw that, I'm thinking, maybe I should call somebody. So I did call and say, and they were like, oh, well, we're worried about the sewer, but we didn't really think about the storm. Well, the stormwater is what sweeps away all the stuff that runs off our properties, thank God the snow's melting. All that is something that a lot of people take for granted. And I came here today because I was like, hey, I'm sorry I waited this long, but maybe the city could use some of my knowledge because I've been doing that job for 7 years. And instead of having another consultant form of company adding to our budget, more money to pay some other people to come in here and analyze what's going on with the storm and the sewer, how about you ask me? Oh. To my assistant manager at my other municipality, and it's not a conflict of interest for me to answer questions or guide anybody or to say, hey, if a business builds on, like say the golf course, I believe is in city limits, right? If they own all that driveway and they own all that parking lot and they own all that, are we measuring that? Is engineering measuring that? To make sure that every 2,500 square feet is charged an ERU
That way you don't have to raise it to 920 and you can recoup the money. And who does the collections? I've done collections for 29 years in the private sector and now for government. Who is the collection agent? Who calls the collection stuff? Who calls and collects the bills? Who's pulling the money in for the water and the sewer from the trailer court? Who does that? So we're looking at money that you're gonna add to all these people that struggle every day. What about the money that's sitting out there that nobody's collected that should do the city? It's a very simple thing. There you go. So, right now, I don't like to announce it to the whole public, but I would help. I can consult. I can answer questions. I've been doing it for a long time, never been sued. Never had an attorney I was telling me I was doing anything wrong, so I do it by the book, by the law. So I'm offering my help for you guys to table this crap. Just give us a minute to figure out what's out there that we can get and then analyze what we need to push ourselves. Instead of just jumping into 60% and hitting all these people, especially people on a fixed income, with a 60% increase. You gotta have a minute to get ready for this, but find what's out there first, and then we'll talk about it again. That's all I ask.
Christina White?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else on stormwater?
I do. So anyone that's been around since 2018, when stormwater was first brought here to the city of Alexandria, knows how hard we worked on that first stormwater ordinance. And one of them is sitting actually up here on the council right now. But what I'm going to formally request tonight is that the stormwater ordinance be revised to build every parcel in the community. So when this first happened, the way it's still now is you're based on your impervious surfaces, that we have all these parcels that have nothing on them that have not been receiving the 8 years and this stormwater revenues is not an oversight, it's a lost opportunity. So we have not been capturing 8 years of revenue from these parcels. And I know that there's talks that we didn't build these unimproved lots because they had no impervious surface on them. But guess what? Fishers, Noblesville, Westville, Decatur, it's either Muncie or Delaware County. They all build those unimproved parcels because state law says you can. And the legal precedent for that is Manufacturing LLC versus Richmond. So I'm asking you, before you raise the rates on the few of us that do pay them, please build every parcel because stormwater isn't a utility. It's not metered. We don't pay based on how much comes off. We pay for the benefit of it. And those unimproved parcels, those parcels that are currently not being built, they're not paying for the same benefit that you and all of you are paying for. So I'm asking you, table it again and redo your ordinance to make sure that we are billing those all the parcels. All I have.
So you're proposing that they do stormwater for maintenance?
Absolutely. Because stormwater is a benefit, right, Kyle? It's a benefit. Everyone, you're paying for the benefit of stormwater. We're separating the stormwater out for what? The wastewater? Is that how I understand it? From anything else. So the benefits of having separation, having a stormwater utility, is that we have reduced flooding. We have less environmental mess. Just because my house has, impervious surface on it, which is a house, a barn, a driveway, a rock, gravel, pavement, whatever, doesn't mean that my benefit is any more or any less than actually the third of an acre that I own that's wooded.
What if somebody here has a house with 10 parcels on it and one is their house? You're proposing that you build each parcel individually?
Absolutely. You need to go and put it all in one parcel. I own a property that's 12.5 acres, is what my husband does, inside the city limits. It's one parcel. And actually, you should probably do that anyway for tax purposes.
Not only that, limiting your parcels, but where I am, if I know you own 10 parcels, instead of giving you 10 bills because it saves the city money because we don't have to print 10 bills, you'll get one and it'll all be combined and I'll have notes on there knowing which parcels
are included in your storm bills and which ones you're covering. So it saves the city money that I don't send 10 bills, I send 1. So the 12 acres that my husband owns, that business is billed at 60 PRUs a month. That is the cap that the city can on. You cannot be billed more than 60. That is currently $270 a month. If it goes up to 920, it's gonna go up to like $552 a month just for a benefit. So if I'm here asking everyone to pay, I think if I'm willing to pay the $552, that every parcel should also pay.
Why should we be willing to pay when FBO is saying that they're mismanaging funds and they have no. What's that?
So you own the property.
You pay property taxes.
That won't take care of that.
Stormwater is completely separate from property. It used to be,
And you want to keep giving more money to people who are mismanaging the funds. You're okay with that?
Yes.
Here's my other question, since if we're going to answer questions, I do have a question.
I'm all good paying what my fair share, but not when it's being misspent.
That's not being.
Stormwater is still being misspent. Stormwater has very specific guidelines. They cannot pull from stormwater funds. No, they don't. Stormwater is even stricter. They cannot pull from stormwater funds and use it to pay the police, fire. It absolutely cannot happen. That is the law. That is the law. But I do want to address the $9.20 ERU. I would like to know where that come from because that is higher than any ERU that Baker Tilly put in their recommendations. And also in 2018, when we did the stormwater ordinance, we did not have mega big businesses like Poet and also the business park. That's why I'm requesting for it to be just completely redone. Let's pick up those parcels that we've been losing revenue on. Let's pick those up. Let's get that into our coffers. Let's look at how we actually bill, because what you're doing with this $9.20, you're going to kill your small businesses. Big businesses aren't even going to blink at it, but your small businesses that have to pay, you're going to kill us. And not necessarily the ones even downtown. I don't know what, like Amy, I don't know what yours is down there. I'm not asking, but it's not $270 a month. It's not $80 a month. It's not $552 a month. You know, so I'm just asking you to listen to what I'm telling you, open your ears, open your heart, open your brain, you know, and put yourself. I think so many times that we live in our own little bubble and that we forget that there are people on fixed incomes, you know, that they are struggling. You know, I had a business downtown tell me that, you know, savings is gone. You know, do we pay property taxes or do we pay insurance? You know, and while we can't be bleeding hearts for everyone, we absolutely have to take that into account. You guys are in a no-win situation. I do not envy any of you at all, but I'm just, if I have to beg, I will beg, please redo the ordinance to make it fair, to make it smart, to make it so when we've got small and mid-sized businesses that want to come in, that this stormwater on top of all these other rates, where they don't say bye. You know, that's all I'm asking. So again, I'm asking you to table this and please redo that ordinance so it's smart.
I want to understand, when you say unapproved parcels throughout town, can you give me an example?
Unimproved parcels.
Unimproved.
So it doesn't have a house on it. It's never had utilities connected to
So
it.
the old bakery lot, is that like an example?
I don't know if that was being built or not, and I don't look at Darcy. I'm not asking because I don't want.
There's just grass is what she's
So,
saying.
Okay.
So I will tell you the one we own that's not being built. So when you go over, is it Black Street where you go over the railroad tracks and then it dead ends this way? If you keep going straight, you're on the lane that the city owns. And then that woods right there before you get to the house, that's about 1/3 of an acre. It's wooded. We do not receive a stormwater bill for that. Because it's never had a house on it. It's never had utilities on it. And there's a lot of those. You know, so I'm not asking you to put polls to everybody. I'm just, you know, broaden the base before you bury the rest of us that are actually paying. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what she's saying is, where I live, I own an extra lot in this, next lot, and never has been a house on it. So what she's saying is, it's what for is, you own an extra lot, it's part of your property, you have to pay more. Is that what you're saying?
Pay you property tax on it or just one?
Page two.
You take pay two, you'll have it put into one, please.
Well, I'm checking it out. I'm not gonna check what it
If
is.
you pay two, yeah, then that other parcel, if you lived in the city of Carmel, West Point, Fisher, you would absolutely pay. And I believe most other communities, you absolutely couldn't pay another stormwater fee, but like you pay $4.50 right now for your home. The city could set up a smaller rate for unapproved lots. It could be a third of that, it could be $1, it could be $2, it could be whatever they decide to choose that's fair. I'm not saying it should be another $4.50 or another $9.20, but we need to look at those because that's revenue that, Kyle needs for our separation projects, so.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Cities and such dire cities, otherwise, the state board of accounts called in. Yeah.
They just done an
We're in
audit.
the trouble we are in now.
What?
They just did an audit.
I'm still in bad shape. Very, yeah, that's sad.
Real bad. So what city services that have been reduced or cut off with us being in a deficit? I mean, the street sweepers still running and on overtime. Lots of new trucks and new cars, new heavy equipment being bought in the last 5 years. Why hasn't all that been curtailed and paid bills that we need to pay? Come on, Todd, speak up. Come on. I mean, let's be realistic here. It's a serious question with a serious problem. I mean, when you run a multi-million-dollar business, which is what the city is, you don't run it at a deficit. No. You have to cut expenses in order to pay the bills. And if you're not willing to do that, you're going to bankrupt as a business, as a household, and any other entity. Everyone in here, when your checkbook's down to $11, do you write a check for $15? No. No, you don't do anything. It's not funny, Todd.
No, I'm
It's
not.
serious shit. So be careful.
Language.
Excuse me?
What's your language?
I earned what I can say. Thank you very much. I can say anything I want to say. That's my God-given right.
Well, they can't count. Yeah.
Yes, I can. There's no ordinances against it. Try.
Do we have any more questions regarding this particular storm audit? If not, I would like to make a motion. Did you want to ask a question before I make a motion?
Yeah, on that inventory list, did you ever get it?
No, we're still working through that.
Any branch of the city? They got one of them, any branch of the city that's that.
That will be next up after we get through these. We are working through that internal control. And so we are setting up steps and processes. That was just a question I had during the initial recommendation of the steps and processes at the last meeting, that I had just asked that question. Is that something possible
Actually,
that we
that
can?
was like 2 months ago, you asked anything.
Okay, it could have been, a lot has happened.
And so you still have no idea how many hundreds of toolboxes around here, or how many cars are really bought, during all that?
I personally on council would say no, but you could check with the individual. They may already have that in place. It was asking that and suggesting if not that we do. So I would ask the mayor or the clerk treasurer, you could go up there and see if they know if the department heads have those. But I personally do not know, and that's what we were getting to when we get through this.
So,
but back to are we on stormwater? Yes, we'll address that in a minute. I'm not trying to cut you off, okay?
yeah.
I would like to make a motion to table.
We make it.
I second.
Aye. Because if we get more control of the budget, let's get that much less. Because there's so many things being bought, nobody else. Water. Other than.
All right. We're gonna open up this public comment for water utility and fire.
Louder, Todd.
Still talking, we're not gonna.
We're gonna discuss the water now. Does anyone have any public comment regarding the water rates?
If no one does, I do.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No one else. I want to talk about water. The way I understand it is that we have for Baker Tilly, when you look at it, it has our current long-term control plan, a proposed long-term control plan, and a proposed, like, lack of a better word, I call it wastewater treatment plan.
That's
Wastewater, and then there's one where they're combined. Okay, so I want to kind of speak to that, because the understanding is that the only one that actually has engineering, back it up, and fixed costs, budgeted costs, things like that, is the sewage. That there's nothing for water and nothing for stormwater, so that means, or the proposed long-term control plan. I asked for the engineering and the financials that support that, and was told there is none. But it's figured into the rates, so I hate to assume anything, so, and again, a question I would like answered is on that long-term control plan, is that projected costs, basically? And if so, with the sewage, we're given, this is exactly what we're gonna do. Here's the engineering behind it. Here is why we need it. With the water, I asked, if this isn't, if there's no engineering, how did we come up with these numbers? And I was told that it was, if you had the best case scenario, what would you want? And they wrote it down. So in my world, and it may not be true, Jimmy, I know,
okay. No, that's okay.
but that's what I was told. So
That's fair.
that's why I'm asking for clarification. I'm not saying that's what, but in my world, we should only be funding well thought out, engineered, budgeted capital plans. We should not be funding, best case scenarios, dreams and glitter, So I'm asking, and it looks like the rate that was put on the exhibit for the water is one that includes the long-term control plan and the proposed long-term control plan and the wastewater. So I'm asking that we look at that and see if we can't get some really good ideas and engineering behind it before we raise our rates to fund something, because my fear is that we're gonna miss the boat and not have it, then have to turn around and do this all over again. The other thing I want to throw out, which was actually, I think under sewage, is that those were considered, RQAW did the engineering for that. So I'm not real sure why we didn't do it with the long-term control plan also. But currently we're under this long-term control plan that IDEM has basically forced us to do, and that we're looking to get out of that, where we're trying, because we've done so many things for that. So we have this new proposed one that we're coming to. So if we're going to do the rate with the proposed long-term control plan, I really want to encourage you to make sure that we got good engineering, that we have good budget estimates, because we want to, do I want to pay more? No. I'll just say it. No one wants to. But if we're going to pay for it, I want to pay for a really good project, a project that is smart, that is thoughtful, and that is going to get us from point A to point C the way we need to. So I don't know what else to put in there other than that. So again, I'm going to ask you to table it and get us some good engineering before we start paying for things. Because in this, I do believe it included bonds. There was one that was a bond payment in 26 that was due in July, and another one later in July. So, and I'm not real sure, I'm not a real big bond person. I'm not real sure if that was for sewage, water, or the combination of the two. So again, I would just love to have some crystal clear comment on, what the proposed bonds are for and things like that. So thank you.
I got a question. Is the water rate increase a revenue pledge to try to issue bonds?
No.
No. So we're not trying to issue bonds with the water utility rate increase at all?
No.
No. I just
think
want to make a
those are payments
statement.
for existing bond.
For existing bonds, but there's also a new 2026 bond listed in here.
I think that's on the sewer.
That's
I
on the
don't-
sewer, not
That's
the
on the
Not
sewer.
water.
Okay, so water, I have the revenue requirements for the water on here. You would see a line item that said debt service, if there was any outstanding bond or proposed, yes.
Our debt service should be over 100%, correct?
The debt service is
Ideally.
only on the sewer, so
Right,
that's.
right. the debt-
Ideally, 120 is what I.
Oh, yeah,
One
one
twenty.
coverage, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so on all of our debt services that I saw, we were well over 120, so.
It's 125, but.
Is it, okay, well, some I saw, well, it's the different phases. And that's the other thing is on here, there were phases put in. And the estimate or the exhibits attached to the ordinances that I read, I think one of them had a phase in plan, but the rest of them, I couldn't even calculate the water the minimum water bill, and I'm pretty good with numbers, but I'm looking at that going, I don't even know how that works. You know, and neither could another city councilman. They're like, I don't know. So I think that's, if we have some clarification on that, I think that would help. There's been, and then honestly, I just want to say, I know the entire utility is on fire. I know we need to take care of all of them, but 4 at once is a lot. One of them is a lot to comprehend and understand, but when you throw 4 of them at us and you guys, it's a lot.
What is the water utility cash deficit? What is the actual deficit as of today in the water utility fund? Cash deficit in the water utility fund. Can you get an answer on that?
I don't know. I didn't store it in long paper.
How can we be confident as a town if you won't be transparent about anything during this meeting? That if you raise the rates on us, that you're gonna manage that money fiscally responsible? I mean, we have a right as a town to manage fiscal responsibility from the people in charge. And you guys won't even answer simple questions. It's not a rocket science question. One of you guys know the answer. Jeremy, Todd, what is the cash balance right now and the negative on the water utility fund? Darcy?
It was on one of the slides, it was on one of the slides. It's like negative 81,000 something.
It is not on any of these slides.
It's not any of those slides.
Was it like $353,000?
I don't remember. I also want to add, it's that the water department, the water utility, their main driver is disbursements, which is what they pay out. And the main driver in that, I believe, if I remember correctly, is also employment costs. So the same as sewage that, you know, we got, and I would like for them to also, for the water department, check and see, do we have the right number of employees? Too many to view, the right ones in the right places. Check to make sure that, you know, do we really want to pay for lunches? If so, so be it. If not, so be that.
You got a lot of information that we don't have. Do you get contracts?
Do I get contracts? No, I reach out and ask a lot of questions. I ask a lot of questions and I also try to be polite about it. Who's given me information? Jeremy, Amy, and Darcy. I had a wonderful conversation with Darcy. She was very easy to talk to, and I appreciate that, Darcy. It's not, and I'm here to tell you, I don't believe it's all Darcy. I don't believe it's all city council. There are so many moving parts to each and every one of these things that we're addressing that I couldn't sit up here and answer your questions. And I really don't expect any of them to sit up here and answer their questions because everything's just been kind of thrown at them. And I don't feel like they've been educated enough on it to do it. So I really would have rather have seen this wait a little bit, but I understand that the utilities are on fire and we have to move forward, whether it's even just inching forward, and we have to move forward, but we need to do it smart.
They declared this meeting weeks ago. If they don't have the knowledge that they should have in order to answer things, then that's their problem.
But time out, they were just given this document like at 4 o'clock today. How, that's what I don't understand.
I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah, I don't understand why a meeting is called until you guys have had time to like go through the documentation that you're being presented with. Like, yeah, you're making uneducated decisions if you don't have the documentation to be able to back that up. Honestly, it's not fair. If I was sitting on there, I wouldn't want to tell you a question if I just had the documentation at 4 p.m. So I get why you guys are hesitant, but it would be nice if you set another meeting where you could have time to go through it a week, 2 weeks, whatever, and then answer some of the questions that have been asked. Yeah, it is ultimately on your guys' shoulders. And there's a lot of people out here. I have a home here that a woman that is renting the home is on a fixed income. She cannot go up 60%. Do I raise the rent for her, that is horrible as a landlord to do that to someone knowing that they're on a fixed income. So something has to give. We just want you guys to be able to give those answers.
And our town's elderly, it's not all representative, guys. It's a whole town.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't mean any disrespect to people up here in the charge and everything, but I really could care less what Arestas is doing and Anderson. I see, rate increases across the board. I think it's time we start looking outside the box. What can we do to fix our problem besides raise rates? You know, I hear the Trader Park has $100,000 debt because of water. And I've heard that the water's still streaming out of a pipe and nobody's out there to stop it. And that's money down the drain. So think outside the box. How can we fix these problems instead of just raising rates?
I know.
And be a little more accountable. I mean, I heard that they ought to come back bad.
Yeah.
Mismanagement and hurt everywhere. We would like our city officials to just respond to us. Can't you guys communicate with the people who elected you? Or are we just not gonna talk?
Go ahead.
Yeah, talk about the water increases. Before we just give ourselves the increases, can we get a tentative plan to rectify our water issues before we pay more for the already bad water we have?
Yeah.
I question giving my water to my kids. I question bathing my kids in the water. I have to buy bottled water for all my appliances, for my coffee maker, my ice makers, because our water ruins it.
Yes.
I lay pipe for a living. The water that comes out of my bathtub smells worse like chlorine than what I swab the pipes I put in the ground. So can we, if the increase is necessary, can we get a tentative plan to correct our water issues?
One last thing that is not, I don't think anybody's touched upon it yet, is that we have one account with utilities that is in arrears $132,000. And we just built a well, last year in 2025 and paid near, I think, $500,000. Have those monies been accounted for in our rate hikes? Because, and I'm not blasting you, I'm just saying, now, you know, when I'm going through and I'm looking at all these numbers, and I'm no accountant, I'm no forensic accountant, I'm nothing like that. When I'm looking at all these monies and I keep hearing Baker Tilly say, these were the numbers we were given, these were the numbers that we were given. For the numbers that Baker Tilly was given this time, are they good numbers? One. Two, what are we going to do to keep the drivers, which the drivers of the rising increases, which is our employment costs, what are we going to do to keep those down, to get those under control and make sure our department heads are not going to go over budget?
They have a budget.
They do have a budget.
I know, but they don't know what it is.
I mean, they don't know what it is, right? They need to have those so they know. You know, those are, you know, I think those are good questions that we would like to have answered.
I'm gonna ask the city attorney, I'm just gonna address them personally. 18 U.S. Code Title 371 to commit fraud against the U.S. government, that accounts to the people in this city. And if you guys are trending on a negative budget over 5 years, you're committing fraud. If you guys ever look at how you're gonna defend yourselves without the public dollar in your pocket after the city decides to file a federal lawsuit against you? Because if the state's not playing ball, 18 U.S. Code 371 specifically speaks to anybody in the city or municipality that's having fraud perpetrated against them. If they're operating in the red and they're doing increases on utilities, they're not allowed to retain those increases on utilities without putting them in the top of where it's supposed to be. I heard the guy say, well, you guys are paying $15 to the waste management and you're charging $16. That's $1 a person for how many years now? You guys are mismanaging funds all the way out to the end. 18 U.S. Code 371 with the city attorney. I'm asking you a question though. Are you going to defend every one of these people out of your pocket pro bono after the city goes bankrupt?
If the SEC or federal regulators come down the city, time to probably bounce to the city. I couldn't imagine them continuing to.
So I'm just trying to figure out when the federal law, because federal law has primacy over state law. And we both do that. I mean, I used to enforce federal law outside the United States all the time. I'd be glad to help people in this city understand what Athens, Tennessee did right after World War II against their city council in their town. It's really interesting circumstances. But just so you guys know, I'm just one stupid hillbilly out in the country. And I'd be glad to stand with every one of you guys when it's time to go ahead and make sure this town starts representing the citizens. I grew up here. I hate watching you guys snowball this right into hell. And it's really disturbing to know that you guys are perpetrating fraud for at least the last 5 years. But nobody's even trying to tie you guys in an office. What's going on? State board of accounts, no transparency. Come on.
And I think what, just listening to everybody, I think what everybody feels is that, and I think that we all understand, we all want to fund our utilities, that has to happen. We all understand that. But we're not so sure that it's that grossly underfunded versus uncollected and mismanaged. And mismanaged, do I mean that we're stealing money and funding trips to Cabo? No, that with the department heads not having their budgets, with them not even being able to, know if they're going over or under their budget. That's what I'm speaking to, so.
We don't know where the money's going because they won't tell us. They won't be transparent. They won't disclose out the reports. They won't tell us anything.
Right now, I'm just addressing the water. And again, thank you guys for your time. I really appreciate all the work that you put into it. And I know it's not easy to sit up there and listen to all of us yell at you. I can't speak for everyone else, but I think mostly all of us come from a good place in our heart. And we're worried about our families, we're worried about our friends, and we're worried about ourselves. We're worried about each other's businesses. And I just have high hopes that you guys will take everything that we've said into consideration when it is time. But I'm asking you to do a lot of hard work before it's time. And I know that's a big ask because something has to be done and it has to be done soon. And I will beg you if I've got to, no knee jerk reactions, please, because that's what gets us here. We did not get here in the last 2 years, 4 years. It has been decades of people kicking the can down the road, not investing in our infrastructure, not raising our rates when they had to. Other communities, every year, every few years, they get raised. And it's easier to swallow that than it is when it takes a bigger chunk of the pie where it chokes us. So again, I'm asking you guys to table this ordinance, do a lot of hard work for us, get us answers if at all possible. And thank you.
A motion to table. Is this, are we on water?
Yeah.
Motion to table the water ordinance for further consideration.
I second.
Second, got a second.
Can you clarify to some people what table means? Because it means that the motion is not going to do and it's not voted yes, right?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, close public comment, close public. And on the new business, which is internal control ordinance. 2026.
Yes.
Yeah. Internal control ordinance.
Give me some light.
I'm gonna bring this down a second, just to school. I've lived in this town since I was 2 years old. And she knows how old I am, and she knows how old I am. And I'm heart sick. I want to thank the lady that did all the graphics. But I don't agree with this gentleman. Our town isn't like other towns. Our population isn't the same. Our poor little town is almost null and void. I know right before I retired, and I did a lot of school work in the office, and we always got track of things like free and reduced lunches. And I saw the packet was given to Sarah of delinquent water bills. That's a lot of water bills and people that can't pay. That means kids that aren't gonna have soap and water and be able to come to school clean. Right before I retired, 60% of our children were on free and reduced. And I think you need to kind of check in to that gauge of information too, just to see where the pulse of the financing is in our community.
Amen.
Internal control ordinance. That's what we, the first reading.
How much has the city invested in the Alexandria Business Park since its inception? Is there a number of people that I read out to get those numbers? That's in the reports and surveys, that's in everything that's out there. How much does the city get from this? Do you know who I reached out to? That's right. Sorry. Yeah.
We'll reach out and get back to you. It's out. Okay. It's out. Are we
Yeah,
gonna?
it's over there.
Oh, that's the one.
All right.
We expect
Internal control. All right, internal control. We need a motion to do first reading.
What do you think?
Internal control ordinance.
So what's been prepared for you right now is an ordinance regarding the internal controls. We had started with a more robust document. We pared it down to what the State Board of Accounts is saying is what they require. That's what's up for first reading today. Second reading will be the next meeting. It is our recommendation that you get those into effect because you want to have those internal controls set as soon as possible. And then you build upon them after that. So this is what State Board of Accounts wants to see in place. And then you can build more internal controls on top of it.
Need to read by title only?
Yeah.
Make a motion to read first reading internal controls by title only.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
I just have a question. Like, I like it, but like, who actually starts it? I
So,
mean, so we can get it in place.
so it is a combination of everybody from the city. So there are things that need to be done, but the council kicks it off by passing. Then you're gonna need to have all the other elected officials jump on board to do their part in those internal controls. You're gonna need action from the clerk treasurer's office. You're gonna need action from the Board of Public Works. You're gonna need action from every department to apply these controls.
So is that done through a special session or is it just informal? I just need to be clear about that.
So it's not informal. It is very formal. So once you
Well-
pass this, it becomes a very formal document controlling the internal controls. Then it's going to be, I mean, you shouldn't just pass something for the sake of passing it.
Right.
You need to stay on top of it and monitor it or that the controls are being followed. And that's the important. When you look at section 17 of that, I think it also talks about going on to make sure that you continue to review and implement and adapt your internal controls. And so it is an ongoing process. And it's something that you're gonna have to stay on top of.
So when you say you have to, like, is that the mayor that kind of leads that?
It's everybody. So
Okay.
depending
So-
upon where the duties lie,
Uh-huh.
that should be the group that, so the mayor should be telling his department heads, you need to follow this. The clerk treasurer's office needs to follow the internal control policies and make sure that her office is doing that. You're gonna have to put training, the State Board of Accounts training on there that
Right.
is required to make sure and monitor that everybody takes those training courses and then completes them, and then the information's passed on to State Board of Accounts.
Okay.
Are you guys gonna formally?
Will this be added to the handbook by chance, or is that a not separate issue?
Yeah, so this is not necessarily a handbook thing. This is an ordinance that is gonna be into your book of ordinances.
This will create policy.
Correct, yes.
What's the ordinance number?
Is there an ordinance number?
Do you guys formally read it?
We have the right title. We can grab this thing. This is the first reading.
What does internal control mean? Like, what does that include? Like, how, like, is that all of the department heads? Like, how come to come to you and say, if this is what our inventory is, and what we do not in our building?
Do we have a first and a second?
We're gonna be able to provide it to you.
Oh, okay. Yes, I
What we're doing is setting up a bunch of procedures, policies, procedures, SOPs for all of these department heads to follow.
Okay.
So that we're able to meet those standards of the SBOA.
Like, they did.
I know, it's just hard to hear.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
After it's presented and we do this, then it is public.
Yes.
So you can't have a copy.
Okay.
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 All in favor? We have a-
It was just the first reading.
Okay, you said you had a first.
So exactly what you need to be.
Second was me. Second was with.
Me.
It's hard to read. That's the first reading of this ordinance.
Yeah. Second. Yeah.
There's been a motion, and there's been a second. Read by title and vote.
Okay.
Jeremy, he was the first.
Yeah, so I'll read what the ordinance is.
I don't think it has assessments.
Oh.
Why didn't? Oh, yeah.
Okay, ordinance number 2026-005-C. Ordinance adopting minimum level of internal control standards for the city of Alexandria. Now moving on. The facade grant recommendation.
I thank everybody for coming and everybody in the council. As a lot of people know, the facade program has been successful by any measure. Thanks in large part to so many people in this audience who've invested in their buildings downtown. I'm here to ask for a facade grant of $3,650, which is paid for out of the facade improvement funds that was funded through county food and beverage funds. Alexandria Martial Arts, we are grateful for the people they bring into the community that spend money here in Alexandria, send their kids here for important training benefits. It's at 110 West Bear Street, Daniel Stanley and Heather Smith. And the amount is $3,650. The total project is a lot more than that, but the facade eligible portion would come to that. So that is my ask here today.
Make a motion to approve.
Second, I would like to recuse. Oh, sorry.
All in favor?
I have one question. Do we have an update? Does anyone know what the most recent update for the facade grant funding is?
So it's funded out of food and beverage for the county, and you are not able to apply for that every single year.
Right.
When it's eligible, again, we'll talk to the council, citizens, our attorney, and get advice on going forward while looking for other source of funding. But right now, there is not another update regarding additional funding beyond that.
It's just out.
I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Your voices do need to be heard. I 100% on this stuff. And just thank you for coming out. And we do hear you, trust me. Number two, I would like to recognize the great work already being done by our newly appointed park superintendent, Eric Freeman. Personally seen him out in our parks, rolling up the sleeves, getting things moving in the right direction. His energy and commitment are already making a difference, and I'm excited to see the positive impact he will continue to have as we head into the busy park season. So, anybody else have a comment?
Please don't do away with the park board. I know at one time that was talked about,
Oh, no.
and I said on the years, and believe me, those people care, and that's why we have the nice park that we have. because other people are involved.
Any,
And we did keep when we redid the ordinance last year, we did keep the.
any council comments?
Yeah.
We close.
I just appreciate everyone coming out.
Yeah. I think, and I wanted to add too, there's been a lot of positivity happening with, I mean, just kids and people getting involved in what's going on in town and raising up people who are able to think on their own and think, you know, what's right versus what's wrong and things like that. But I'm positive to see, and I just want to share this, and this is personal. Before every council meeting, you know, the first thing that comes to my mind is my 77-year-old dad that lives on the corner of 6th and Harrison from about 1982 to today. My mom passed away. He lost all of her income. So I didn't even think to myself, what is this going to do for you, Wendy? I thought to myself, what is this going to do for Gary? And I'm probably going to have to help him with this, but I'll find a way to make it work. So I just want you to understand that that's how personal I took this entire packet of information. And I do thank you for being here today. But when I go forward, that's the person that I have in mind. And he kind of meets the criteria that all of you are asking about today when you ask, what are your thoughts on this? I think, what am I going to do to help my dad? Thank you for being here tonight. We did hear you. And we will let you know how we proceed because we have a lot to digest. And Jennifer, thank you for all of the detail that you provided today, just in rationale. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, next meeting will be March 2nd, 2026 at 5:45. Motion to.
Thank you guys all for showing up here.
All in favor? Aye.
I need a business card.